Thune says plan to proceed with Senate budget proposal vote. According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump torpedoes Senate border effort, urging GOP to back big, beautiful House bill.
What's up, Vest? Good job. Good morning, guys. Yes, in RTY bouncing our 30-second opening range so far. NQ diverging a bit, rotated up to our Globex 15-minute VWAP, hit that as resistance, as well as our 30-second opening range at 200s. Same, pretty strong resistance as yesterday, and then basically just reverted down, right? So we can see on the Globex VWAP that this has been acting as our resistance for most of the night. So we're going to have to see a very clear step above this if we are going to go bullish at all. That's basically it, right? We've got a very clear range that we are trading in between, basically like 140 and 200. So about 60 points right now. And all we're doing is looking to see if we can build outside of this balance, right? Balance low, balance high, and we're just rotating in between right now. We want to see a very clear look above and reclaim of this 15-minute VWAP. If sell side continues to just sell into it, we know where we're headed, right? We're headed back down to this yellow box, and if this fails, we're going to be watching for a rotation down to this demand below us at 102. So, not a ton to say because the range is pretty defined, but we'll play it by ear as we rotate back up here into 200. Watch for sell side pressure there. Another way you can easily look at it is if you're not looking at footprint, we can just look at our
Fitch Ratings
our
changes
PVZ,
US tariffs to fuel
value
commodity
low,
market volatility and regional
POC holds,
disparities as well.
value high, right? So all we're doing is rotating balance right now.
Fitch says US tariffs on steel and aluminium imports will increase commodity market volatility and regional price disparities.
Right, so that's your value high into 200s. Our value low is into 147. We got a bid at our 180s and our ETH low on recovery, and then rotated the full range. We've seen barely any shift of value here from our first period. So very clear balance that we're engaged in right now. Yesterday's 30-second opening range on RTY was this 88 to 84, basically, which is our value high on the day today. And then all we've done is bounce today's 30-second opening range. So we're stuck between yesterday and today's 30-second opening ranges. That's this area above us and this area below us.
We expect
So
the
very
market to be most affected as US relies heavily on imports of primary aluminium for domestic consumption.
very tight ranges. What's up, Patel? For ES enjoyers, we bounced our 30-second opening range and our PVZ value. Previous day POC, right? So we've bounced our day open and we have pushed to yesterday's value high. So again, still just kind of trapped inside yesterday's balance, basically across the board. And we are waiting to see if we can build above, right, and continue onward, or if this is going to reject and then have to come back down to retest our value edge here before we figure out what we want to do. Unsure. The spam calls are crazy. This is RTY into our value edge, ES into yesterday's value high, and NQ just rejecting our day open again. Coming back down to our POC now off of this rejection from our value edge at 200s. So this should be your first target. If you did take a short off of 200s, we're looking to see if a bid steps in here at 182 and our halfway back. And watching just to see if we can build higher lows at the top of our balance, or if we're going to do a full retracement back down through our range, right? Right now, you have we have the ability to, from our value high edge, hold POC, and then look for the ability to build here, right, above value, and then reclaim something like this. That would be your breakout of balance. The rejection and continued rotation of our balance would look something like this, where we rejected our value high, we push down to our POC, we then hold our previous low, and we hold a lower high, and then we rotate and do another balance rotation back down, right? So these are kind of like our two things that we're looking for, either breakout or a continued rotation of balance to the downside. So just keep that in mind. Either we maintain balance or we break out and push. Could look above here on ES, above previous day value high. NQ doing its full rotation into our opening range high and previous day value. Watching to see if we can build. Again, just following our pathing that we just talked about. This is our hold of POC, our look over our value edge, and now us trying to reclaim our previous day value high. It's a big deal. We're seeing active buying step in on our footprint, and we're watching to see if this can hold. I'd expect a retest. This is a pretty squeezy move. We'll most likely, again, need to retest our value edge here, and then we'll look to see if this can build. If it can build, that's a really great sign that we want to keep going. So just keeping an eye on how these buyers build this out at our value edge, and if this can hold, we're in a good place. If it doesn't hold, right, we'll have a bit of an excess, and then we'll look for a re-entry back into our value, and then a rotation back, just to continue to trade balance. This is Russell into yesterday's 30-second opening range high and previous day value low. So again, just like very trapped right now. I'd like to see Russell be able to breach and hold looking for a retest of our value edge, and then ideally something like this if we're going to bid. Note that NQ can come down into here. I need to change the opacity, it's hard to see. And this flag would still be valid. I just was trying to draw out that this is going to do it. It's not an exact pathing, but this is our value that we're retesting right now, so this is fine. Just watching to see how we interact into 200s. I'd like to see a bounce 200s and then a rotation over 215 to show sincerity in the move. $50 until new 15-minute candles. $20. The 15-minute one sitting at 196, 200, that area. Offer sitting at 225. We need to see if they're going to pull, or you want to be risking off a little bit of your position into that, or moving stops up at least. You're trading off of this. I'm out half here as we push into it.
Seeing Microsoft shares turning positive, rising to session high. In regards to Microsoft and moving higher, so Microsoft revealed its first quantum computing chip, the Marona 1.
Let's see. A big retest here on RTY. See if we put in a lower high here, or if we can get back above. It's really important that Russell is able to get back above, or rotation down to like 8120 feels very likely. I want to see a reclaim of our value edge, because if this is our look above, and now this is our rotation down, we expect something like this. So really important that we reclaim this. Well, NQ just builds. Got a really nice LVN here on ES. That would just be a retest into our previous day value if this fails.
Options for Boeing to move faster on AF1 jets, according to New York Times.
So just give this a minute to play. Russell needs to find a low before we probably go. And as long as we're finding bids into this and then continuing onward, we're all right.
Also, New York Times says that Trump regards Boeing as almost a lost cause.
True.
So just seeing off the back of the New York Times headline, Boeing shares are moving towards the downside off of the back of that. Again, Trump regards Boeing as almost a lost cause, and Musk eyeing options for Boeing to move faster on AF1 jets.
Man, it is so cold. What is going on? The one problem with having like large full wall windows is that it's not very insulating. So even though my heat's on, because I'm right next to a giant window, I'm always cold. Kinda sucks. Yeah, that was nice for the 2 days. almost makes it worth. A trading onesie. Hmm. I don't know about that one, Flex. I'm a bit high up. Back to our high here on RTY, watching to see if this is resistance or if we can build above that previous day value. NQ still just holding where we thought it would. Just building out this node. ES was able to hold our low. Didn't need to fill LVN. Watching Russell to see if we lose momentum here again into 86.7. I'm unsure. And this looks fine on the 15-minute for a continuation higher. I'm not really bearish until we start to show 200s as resistance again. Just looks like consolidation up here. As of right now. $53, not bad. Not bad at all. The offer is still just sitting at 25. They're trying to rotate it down into 20s, but like there's very clearly someone's just sitting there, willing to kind of just take in size here. I don't think I'm going to be confident in upside until that seller steps out of the way. Just doesn't make sense. Russell looks fine though. Still have momentum into our previous day value low, top of range here. 40 seconds until new 15s. Still rejecting this 2025 offer. RTY looking above ES and NQ, still just kind of flat in these ranges while we wait. Sauce wants to make me a Dementor. Is that what that hoodie is? $200 is kind of crazy. But then again, if you think about it, that's like 10 dozen eggs, you know? So is it crazy? Or if you're in California, it's like 5 dozen eggs. So maybe it's actually a steal. I hate that we're still sitting here. What is this? It's too early for this. How expensive are they? Flex. Renting chickens is crazy. Chickens are so cheap. You go out into like the boonies anywhere, and they like sell you chickens at the gas station to raise little chicks. Coop with 3 chickens in Florida, 150. Wait, 1,550? That's crazy.
Intel shares down 5.7%.
Finally. Offer now sitting at 35. Moved up from 25. So good hold and push. Just need a bit more. Yeah, I mean, it sucks having to wait, but the pivot was really clear. So if you're just willing to chill and hold, right, like it's all good. No reason to exit. It's one of those areas where like there's no downside target until we push back below, right? So as long as it's holding, we know where we're headed. It's just like we have an upside target, right? There's no reason to look for shorts until this becomes resistance. As long as this is holding a supportive, it's just a potential really shitty 3-bar for a breakout. But it's still an inside candle that we are holding above our halfway back and our VWAP and our 30-second opening range and our buyer. So it's like, okay, we go up. Unless that goes offer, then we can look for downside, but it did not happen.
Percent according to New York Times is skip G20 finance ministers meeting.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Close enough. Just watch our reaction as we push back down into POC of previous candle. As long as this is holding, you're all right. If we fail, right, we're just going to do the right rotation again with these guys trapped. So we're just watching to see if this is able to bid and hold, or if this flips and then rotates back down through this range. Offer should be sitting around like 33, 35. If this is going to make a lower high. Watch our offer here as we push into like 33-35 area. I'm just watching to see if we make a lower high here or not. Just keeping an eye on this for an offer. They're serious. Good bounce off our halfway back here and our previous breakout, right? Just need to now see if this is going to hold or if this is going to push down like this.
According to CNN, Trump administration may use public health order to cut immigration. So the Trump administration is expected to issue a public health order as soon as this week, labeling migrants at the U.S. border, a southern border, as a risk for spreading diseases, making an escalation in Trump's effort to severely restrict immigration, according to 3 sources familiar with the discussions. Reminder, the article is out on the feed for you to read through.
Back to our highs here on NQ. RTY flat. Yes, looking, but no high. 20 seconds, 30 seconds until new 15s. So far, just slow grind up, but trend. No change. New 15s have opened. See if we can hold into this 30-35 for a continuation higher. Just where our resistance was before. I'd like to see that bid be able to maintain and then pop our highs on NQ, ideally. I just want to point out this. This is where we are. This imbalance here. We're just filling it from Globex. So this is just supply, right? This is why this area sucks. We just got to eat through it.
Senator Collins warning Trump team on some spending cuts.
This is that 33-35 flip, right? You see that? So we're attempting right now to hold our value low of this auction. And we're looking to rotate up these
according
highs.
to the article, which we'll post that on the feed shortly, the senior Republican senator negotiating a deal to avoid a government shutdown in less than 1 month says the Trump administration might be breaking the law and flouting the U.S. Constitution. Also, the New York Post says that Trump and Mint pull congestion pricing.
New high here. Good rotation off of our 30-35 area and bid off of that value test, and now rotating into the top of that this fixed range that I just mentioned, right? So we want to see a very clear bid above our 50s for a continuation higher. We can see what happened the last time we did this, or we did this full oscillation and up. We failed at the highs, right? And that resulted in a full rotation down, a reoffer, and then a continuation down, right? So we're going to be watching to see if a similar thing happens here, or if we can actually hold and then push continuation, right? It'll be really important to see if they do build any sort of excess up here and we fail to hold this high of our range. We got to be careful that we're not just going to do a full rotation down and then trap, right? Just like we did last time we were in this area. We want to see a pretty clear willingness to kind of transact above, continue to build here, and then rotate higher. Trapping up here again is just not a great look. But regardless, this is next PT in the 50s. Yes, into our 54s. Russell still just flat.
Iran's leader Khomeini says Qatar should release frozen Iranian oil funds.
Bit worried about Russell here. Don't like the divergence. Are people still in from 200, 220, or 233? What's the vibe? I'm still just rolling off of this initial play off of 200s. I don't know about you guys. Okay. I closed some at 30, and then I closed some at 40. Just waiting now on runners. I'm a bit worried RTY needs to come down to VWAP before it finds a low. Yeah, I'm just trading MNQ sauce for that exact reason. Is it worth it? I mean, yeah. What does it cost you to be in a trending trade? I mean, if it feels bad for you, then I guess dip. But like if higher lows are persisting and we're just channeling up on the 15, just kind of makes sense to get paid by the hour, you know? But if that's going to be like too much emotional stress for you, I guess then exit, look for an entry. I mean, I've seen 5MNQ go to $1,000 multiple times. Nothing to scoff at. Okay, well, I mean, so if we're in a trending market, then there's no reason not to just like add five, take off five, right? You can just like move your average up in trend. We know where we're bouncing. There's nothing that's like stopping you from doing that. There's no reason I mean, unless you're just gonna like AFK. If we don't see a very strong reaction here at 30s and get back over 35, I think we rotate down. Russell is just way too weak. It just feels like a reversion trade back down to like 210, 215-ish. So really keeping an eye to see if this can hold or if I'm just going to drop out and then wait for a better entry. Don't need this to fully retrace on me and my runners. So far, decent bit off of 30s. Retesting POC of previous candle now. This is where things get a bit dicey. We can't get over. RTY still no low secured. This is Russell pushing into VWAP. I'm hoping this is our bounce. RTY needs to find this low here and then get back above. It's just going to continue just melting off. It's so hard for NQ to actually do anything useful. I'm hoping this this area here finds our low, just like we were talking about. If we don't, just not a fan. Too much curling on NQ. So let's hope that this bid finds itself here on RTY and we can get back over our 85s. And NQ can recover 45s. Because again, if it can't, then we're just going to have to rotate down first, do a little reversion before we can keep going. Yes, LVN almost filled here. Just watching to see our AVWAP, see if that hits. See if this continues to bid. We can find a buyer here and then rotate us up, or if this is going to go offer for a retest of our value edge. RTY no low found yet. Now hitting into target 83.10. This thing needs to find this low. Reversion target for me is 210, 215-ish on NQ. Watching for a potential low to be put in here. We're waiting to see if this can get absorbed, and then we're going to see if we can trap and then look above. If that fails to find a low here into our target, then we'll have one more leg down. Just need to see our interaction. Watching our 23 here and our 30 above. It's our first little pivot. Until we get back over 30s, it's going to feel pretty bad. We're just watching to see if anyone can get offsides into this, and if we can step back above this 30. I think that makes the most sense to me. Liquidity resting at 10s, waiting to see if they pull or if they take. This is our 30-second opening range on NQ, as well as our POC. Should be your first risk off here into 23s. If you're playing off of this 210, 215 reversion trade that we just talked about, again, need to get over 30s for anything really real, or this is just going to offer again off of this void that we have here on our candle on footprint. This is Russell testing our pivot as well at 85s from our hold of our 83.1 off of our reversion. So everything is just bounced where we thought it would. Now it's just a matter of reclaiming, or it's just going to be a continuation down. And this is just a light scalp then, instead of a potential right side of the V starting. So brand of my vape, it's a Vaporesso. I don't remember the model. Oh, it's the XROS Nano. XROS Nano. It's very good. If you have a friend who's still using disposables, get them to switch to this immediately. It's the same size as a disposable, but lasts 3 times as long and costs 1/5 of the price overall. With like 3 times the just much better materials. Cigars is crazy. Not a cigar guy? No, not really. Not casually. If I'm like at like a party and someone hands me a cigar to smoke, like I'll smoke it, but I'm not going out of my way to smoke a cigar. Well, technically, you're not supposed to breathe it in. It's a mouth feel thing. You nick like that. Yeah, you don't inhale a cigar. RTY pushing, trying to make a break over this 85. NQ still holding our 210, 215 area. No change there. Just watching to see if we can find this low on Russell and actually push up. Again, the whole idea here on NQ was potentially trapping someone and rotating us back over 30s. So all that we've done so far is find our buyer, right, where we thought we would on our 30-second opening range. But we're still hitting this offer. This offer's got to step aside if we're going to actually get any movement, or we're just creating a balance here between. Watch for a lost momentum into 86.7 on Russell, same place we rejected last time for the continuation down. Now that we've found this bid here at our VWAP, we're just watching to see if this lost momentum occurs here again, right? We need to see if we can breach above or if this is going to reject, and then we're just getting this chop. Holy spam calls, man. Jesus. Let me clean up the ES chart. I have not been giving it enough love. I'm sorry. I mean, there's really not much to do here. 46s is resistance. Pull back. If this fails here, it's like 40 to 38. I'd like to see this push into 30. See if ES can build and pop into at least our halfway back. With NQ pushing with our higher lows now. It's like buy side last chance here. For short term at least. Or we're just going to do a full rotation. About 5 more MNQ here as we rotate up into this 26 to 30 area. I'll look to see if we can build above 30s for continuation. Until then, I'm just going to risk off as we approach our major pivot here. Again, if we can build above, it's a good sign that we can show interest above for this full rotation back up to 45s. But expect some sell side here. There's your 30 target. Just watch to see if we can build here. This is ES pushing into our halfway back off of our hold of our value edge, just the higher low. This is why we could predict that we would be looking for that 30 area on NQ and this 47 area on ES. This look below and then recovery of our value edge, rotation in, filling this LVN. Out 5 more, 5 left. I'll see if I can add again, if we can build here above 30s on NQ. Jesus, what is going on? NQ did not sweep the low of the 30 minutes of 11:30. Was it supposed to do that? I don't know what you mean. I'm debating if I close here or if I'm get greedy and look for the 45. I'm hoping Russell double bottoms into VWAP again and we find a bid. There's not really an invalidation here until we push back below 20s. I just don't know. Too slow, man.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $16 billion in 20-year bonds. The prior bid to cover was 2.75, and the prior high yield was 4.9%. Long maturity Treasury yields hold small increases ahead of today's $16 billion 20-year bond auction, cheapening the issue outright on the curve. Bigger yield increases in most European bond markets are a factor. Treasury coupon supply this week also includes a $9 billion 30-year TIPS issuing tomorrow. Given the lower yields and less attractive valuations, a larger concession may be needed for a good result, according to JP Morgan strategists in a late note yesterday. Also, just taking note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net long 44,000 classic bond futures contracts, the most since March 2022, which may limit covering demand for the auction.
You guys should feel pretty good about this. Again, this is just our rotation up into our 45s. I think I'm going to close full here. If we can find acceptance back above, we can get back in. I don't know. Maybe I just move stops up, not be a baby. Yeah, I just moved my stop up, 36. We'll see if we can hold above our previous day value here and bid. This is a really great rotation, and exactly what we wanted to see, which is, right, we stuffed them at the lows, we're then able to bid, and then we saw a very sustained push over our 30s, which is literally what we talked about. Bid into 10 to 15, looking for them to be stuffed, and then a breakout over 30s. Crazy. Taking 2 off here, 3 left. Nothing crazy. Just watching to see if I can build another position here on previous day value high retest in 45s. Rotate up to 62. See if we can find a bid here as we push down. Just watching this 40 to 45, seeing if a buyer can step in or if offer's gonna push us back below, then reoffer it. We want to see a flag here, ideally break. Good bid. Need to break our highs though. A lot of size sitting up at 58 and 60 on the offer. Russell coming back down into our bottom of range here, watching to see if it finds another bottom. Yes, basically just double topped at 152. .50 until new 15s.
Results for the US 20-year bond sale. The pre-sale when issued yield is due at the top of the hour. Auction results often follow a couple of minutes after this. According to an email to employees, the FAA says employees from Elon Musk's Doge team will make more agency visits on airspace reform. Treasury when issued 20-year yield for spot 82% ahead of the auction.
All I care about is our interaction here into this buyer at 40s. We either sustain at this this 40 area and then push back over 50s, or this just seems like we kind of topped out for right now. It's our halfway back on NQ and ES. Just keeping an eye. It's our value edge on our 50-minute candle here.
So shortly expecting the results for the US 20-year bond sale now. I'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio.
I'm stopped on runner, waiting for entry. Had a bad average up, so have to take off, and then I'll just wait to see if this holds or not. Again, I think that it's just a battle to see how we interact here out of 40s, and if we can get back over this 50 POC. If we can't, then it's just going to be a rotation down. Gonna delete our old pathing now that this is fully played. And we will
4-3 to spot 4-3 with a high rate of 4 spot
watch to see what
4
happens.
spot 83% compared to the when issued yield of 4 spot 82%. So the US sold $16 billion, awarding 37 spot 1% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 17 spot 51%, direct 19 spot 51%, and indirect 62 spot 99%.
That wick was a little crazy.
US 20-year yields rise sharply following the auction.
What's up, Elsie? Look where my stop was, Camille, right before that candle. Okay, you know? Uh, Yikes. I don't know what that means, Sparrow. I see target 2 on ES. Is there a 3 on the signal? What? Oh no, that sucks, man. 1 day before payout. You gotta you gotta like block yourself out, man. What is the question, Striking Sparrow? I don't understand the question. A target 3 on the signal? Yes, it is here at 137.25. That is your next target if target 1 and target 2 don't go down. That is so far away. Yeah, those payouts are gonna get you, man. You gotta just like completely block it out of your mental, or you're gonna put too much pressure on yourself to make money. Just gotta play it like usual. That's how they get you. The same thing with like evals, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm only $500 away from getting my passing my eval. Like I have to make a trade. I have to. No, no, you don't. This is just a reversion back to our 15-minute VWAP and our 30-second opening rate, 30-second opening range again. I don't know if we're gonna push below. I would expect the bid to still be here at the 610, 615, but if offer flips it, then we basically double topped at the highs and then we rotate down. I'm personally not touching our edge again. No interest here after getting stopped out from this trade, playing it all the way up. So I'm just going to wait. But we will be watching to see how ES reacts into our value edge, as well as Russell and NQ here. This is NQ POC. I'm thinking that we're probably just having to come back down into this. But again, like we bid here last time at our 210, 215, and we then waited for the 30 to go supportive for the break for upside. I do not want to touch this with the market just kind of in a downtrend off of that news. Ever since this sell, we've just been going down. So I will wait until I understand what's happening. But again, I think this is just a reversion back to our 15-minute VWAP, if I had to guess, which is this purple line here at 203. What news hit? It was the 20-year bonds. That was what those wicks were on NQ. Right at the same time.
White House National Security Advisor Waltz saying chances of a peace deal for Ukraine and Russia are good.
So our 210. Again, I'm not trying this. I think that we're rotating through our
Also,
30-second opening
encourage
range,
President
if I had to guess.
UK's PM Starmer to come to Washington next week.
I'm thinking we probably do something like this. And then we look to see if we bid like that on the other side. But watch Russell here into our value edge. This is a pretty important area to see if we're going to find a bid. If this can find a low, we're in an okay position and we can reevaluate for longs. This is our POC shift and our value edge. This is where I'd love to see bids kind of step back in.
Will be technical teams talking details.
If this doesn't hold and it goes resistance, right, on a retest and look below, then we're rotating more than likely down to our 78 area, right, into here. A big area to see if RTY can find a low. And again, this is just our 50-minute VWAP on NQ, so it makes sense to find a little bit of a bid here. I just don't know how long it lasts. If RTY is now back inside our value and we can't get back above, right, then we have to worry about this. This is now our offer, and then we're rotating down to our VWAP target before we find a low. Here's that rotation I was just talking about on NQ. This is ES pushing down into target. I think we probably head down into 90, tag 90s on NQ. And then we look to see if we find a bid and a rotation back over 210s. That's my original thought. If we are unable to find a bid at 90s and get back over like this 210, 215, this will be our very strong offer point, and we will flip to a much more bearish auction for the afternoon. So our look back above, off of holding our low. Again, need to see a willingness to bid here at this 210, 215. If we can't recover this, this is just a re-offer of our seller. 30 seconds until new 15s. It's really important that we find this bid. Ten seconds. Offer still holding.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse reappropriation.
We can see POC closing at our level, right at 10s. We need to see a willingness to trade above that. I feel like that's pretty clear. Here we are, opening below POC. Testing into 15s now. See if offer will step aside so we can rotate back up to 30s, or if we hold here. Very nice move off of RTY from our low. ES retesting our value edge, watching to see if this is going to hold this offer or if we can get back above.
$38 counterparties take $73.196 billion at the Fed reverse reappropriation.
Same as before, need to see us push over this 23 to 30 area. If we can bid above 30s, then we can do another pop. This is first target, just like last time when we were down here on the recovery of our 10s, right? Do we see or no? Now we're watching to see if this can happen. Just like last time. This is a great area to take a little risk off, and then again, see if we can build above 30s.
trade commissioner saying nothing is unfair about trade with the US. Stefkovic speaking live. We'll put out the video for you in the financial news feed as well.
Out another 5 into 45s. I have 5 left here. Hopefully, this was playable. I mean, this is the exact same trade we just took. So I hope if people didn't play it the first time, they were comfortable doing it the second time. I mean, it's just the look below into our lows here off of the failure, and then a rebid off of our 210, and then a bid at 230s for this rotation up. It's literally the trade that we just took on the last rotation up. 210s, 230s. I'm deleting pathing now that this is played. There's nothing else. We either get above this or we don't. This is our offer. 45 to 51. Listen, and like I didn't even play fully. I played the momentum off of the bounce off of 210s on the secondary move. Like I really want to reiterate that. Like I did not. I played the break off of our hold of 210s. Right? We didn't touch the low. We didn't knife catch. We already played this move once. There's no reason to. I waited for the 210 to show a very clear bid, and then I played momentum up, and then I averaged in more as we were at our 230, just like we talked about. Took profit as we pushed into 230, right? And then averaged up when we started to build over 230, and then took profit again. Like these, it's, yes. Okay. No, we wait and see what happens. This is, again, our offer off of our void.
Stefkovic says that EU sees no justification for sudden US tariff hikes.
That man was munching on something. Is POC of our sell side candle on where this absorption took place into 50s. Again, I just expect seller to be sitting here. There's not much we can do. We're just looking to see if 45s can stay bid. Basically, 40, 40, 45. 40, 45 is what we want to see our bid kind of move up into and aggressively hold and then look over this absorption. If this fails, then nothing's changed. We're just rotating again. This is what we were looking for last time as well when we were up here. The bid's either here or it's not.
Sophic says that EU will have no choice but respond to US tariffs. Also adding that the EU still hopes to avoid scenario of tariff hikes.
The 40 bid was there, but it's pretty lackluster so far. Lower high. Need to see a bit more from buyers. You think they stop it again? What do you think? Yeah, personally, I'm not really looking for much more until we can get over 60s and show a very clear hold. It's just like pretty,
the EU is open for US trade and interested in deals.
pretty
Fitch
clear.
Ratings says that tariffs could hasten cuts to US corporate earnings estimates.
Pretty clear offer here.
Now it goes to the Q&A part of Sefcovic's speech.
I'm thinking if RTY can flag it out here at 85s, should be fine for at least a short-term rotation. Yes, into like 54s and RTY back into like 87, and that should give NQ a push. Ideally, break highs into 62. That's my thoughts. But until we see like a pretty serious buyer step in above this absorption, it's going to be hard. This 40-45 buyer is still there, very present. Exactly what we wanted to see. Offer sitting at 60, guys. See if we can pop it. Move to 65. I'm taking off half my remaining position here. Into 60. We know it's resistance. So we got our hold of our 40-45 where we wanted to see the bid. We got our offer into our 62 where we thought we would. Now it's just a matter of what happens here on ES and RTY once they come up into our pivots as well. We know that there's been a major loss of momentum on every approach that we've done into this 87 area. So really watching here to see if this is going to continue to act as a resistance or if we can actually push through. If this is another loss of momentum, then we don't expect any more upside short term on NQES. Just doesn't make sense if everything's going to come to a standstill here and hit their heads. So really keeping our eye on how we interact here. I'll be right back. Stops below 39 on my remaining contracts. All right, my bad.
Which says that he is ready for dialogue with the US over big tech.
Big tech. Ooh. Tacos sound great. Not fair that he posted that. Russell so far rejecting the same resistance that we have all day. Same thing with ES here at our 54 target, just rejecting, and 60s on NQ. Rotating back down to our 40 to 45 on NQ, it looks like. I don't know. I'm just waiting. I'm personally flat into 60s, and I will reevaluate once we figure out what we're doing. $50 until new 15s.
New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority sues Trump administration over decision to terminate approval for congestion pricing program.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic trade, Sauce. Fantastic. Now we just got to build out this area and see if we can do anything with it, right?
Also, Sefcovic says that he's ready to discuss auto tariffs with the US.
Ooh, Audible's got a 2-for-1 deal right now for credits.
Ten minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the FMC meeting minutes.
Expect volatility into that. I'm personally flat while we wait. Showing no respect.
5 minutes to go until we get the FMC meeting minutes. Trump saying congestion pricing is dead in New York.
What pricing?
1 minute to go to the FMC meeting minutes.
Oh, congestion. All liquidity is pulled away. We've got news in a minute. Huge selling occurring or attempting to occur here at this 35.40 off of the flip. Reversion trade is back down to 210, 215. I'm flat into news. Just waiting to see what happens here.
Ten seconds. So looking at the release of the Fed minutes here, some participants cited potential changes in trade and immigration policy as having a potential hinder to the disinflation process. Fed say can hold policy at restrictive level if the economy is strong. We want further inflation progress before adjusting rates. Fed minutes say a couple of participants said it appeared that risks to achieving inflation mandate were greater than the risks to the employment mandate. Various participants said that it may be appropriate to consider pausing or slowing balance sheet runoff until a resolution of debt ceiling dynamics. A couple of participants said it appeared that risks to achieving the inflation mandate were greater than risks to the employment mandate. The vast majority of participants judged risks to the dual mandate objectives being roughly in balance, though. Some participants cited potential changes in trade and immigration policy again as having a potential hinder to the disinflation progress. Fed staff's economic outlook largely unchanged from the one provided at the December meeting. So again, the Fed staff's economic outlook largely unchanged from the one provided at the December meeting in the SEP. And the Fed minutes also note that many participants said after the conclusion of balance sheet runoff, it would be appropriate to structure asset purchases to move maturity composition closer to outstanding stock of Treasury debt. Fed minutes also note that in the initial discussion of the framework review, policymakers expressed some openness to changing elements introduced in the 2020 document. A look to the markets, very unchanged on the release of the Fed minutes here. Again, just some of the key points. The Fed did note here that they can hold policy at a restrictive level if the economy is strong. And they also noted they want further progress before adjusting rates on inflation, that is.
Gotta get over this 40-45, recover it, or offer is going to be sitting here. Retesting the high of our news candle now.
US 2-year Treasury yield falls to 4.291% after the Fed minutes, last down 0.6 basis points on the day. US short-term interest rate futures little changed following the release of the Fed's January meeting minutes. US 10-year Treasury yields little changed as well, 4.552% following the minutes, and we've posted the full minutes on the feed as well for those interested.
What a flat bit of news. Jesus.
And just keep in mind as well, in 5 minutes' time at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time, RBNZ's Governor Orr due to be speaking. The RBNZ Governor speaking at the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee on MPS.
Okay.
Shortly expecting comments from RBNZ's Governor Orr.
Looking like options prices may have been priced in, actually. Hmm. RTY testing previous day value low here. We'll look above. NQ just kind of in a flagging pattern or a pennant, if you'd like to call it that. Just looking for us to be able to push and hold over 45s for anything real. So far, there's just no sustained bid above 45. A pretty easy level to read. ES flat, no change. As long as sell side's willing to just kind of absorb into 45s, it's just not a ton here. If 45s continue to just remain resistance, we're just looking for a rotation back down to like that 210 area again. I'm still just waiting. Too slow for me. Let them kill some more options, and then we can move.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says feeling more positive about the inflation situation. RBNZ's Governor Orr says I anticipate the cash rate will be around 3% by the year end. So again, RBNZ's Governor Orr says I anticipate the cash rate around 3% by the year end. We're seeing some strength come through in the New Zealand dollar here as RBNZ's Governor Orr starts speaking.
I mean, that would be ideal, but I honestly don't know if we break out if we bid 45s again. If we can't get over 60 here. But yeah, that's what I'd be looking for. We're just right back to our absorption here, so we'll see what happens. It'd have to be pretty aggressive for me to care about it.
Exchange rate is broadly a fair value.
I'm thinking that we'll probably just, if this is real sauce, we'll just push over 60s and then rebid the 60 level on the new 15. I feel like coming back down to 45s would be pretty detrimental.
So just noting some strength come through in the S&P 500 here. Can't see a headline catalyst for this as of now. Just keeping our eyes on the wires.
No need to get FOMO here. We'll look for a pullback. But this is what we were just talking about. We want to see this. This look over 60s was really big. Now we're just watching to see if we can flag here. Russell's leading us. It's very nice. This is ES into ADR and RTY into previous day POC.
Will proceed with its budget resolution. And US Senate Majority Leader Thune says a vote on the budget resolution will take place on Thursday.
I feel like if 65.70 can hold, then we just rotate up to 90 here. Failure to find like this higher low at the 65.70 very quickly is just going to result in our rotation back down to our PVZ at 54. So we're looking for a pretty strong bid to show interest here, or we're just going to retrace most of this.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says we are in an environment of low and stable inflation.
Dude, what is this? Just took off half from 65 into our wick highs here into 80, looking for 90 above just to tag our ETH. That took so long. Oh my god, I just sold instead of moving my stop. I left clicked instead of right clicked.
RBNZ's chief economist Conway says we have still got significant domestic inflationary pressures, but will fall from higher levels.
Okay, well, I'm flat. What an idiot. I was trying to change my stop from 10 contracts to 5, and I just like barely clicked the on. Oh my god! As I was trying to adjust it, I like missed the X, and then it closed it instead of just moving it. Well, it's alright. Too zoned out. This is Russell ADR, yes ADR. NQ just floating. Holding POC of this candle so far. We're done for the day, true. This is what our footprint looked like at that 6570, which is why I was so interested in it as we were building. Do we see that interaction there? And then do we see why like we either hold the higher low or it just feels really uncomfy all the way back down to 45s based off of that? Like we want the higher low there. It's a very good, it's an easy area to play around because it's like either it's going to stay bid or we'll get a really nice reoffer of it and then we'll rotate down from there. This is what it looked like. Right, so that's why we were playing around it. I can't believe I did that. What a dummy. Just like I just mentioned, we're watching to see if this flips offer or not. We'll add a decent amount of sell side sitting here in dealers.
Business investment ahead.
Need to see a very quick bid and push back above 70s, or the 65-70 is going to hold offer, and then I'd just be expecting rotations with a slight relief bounce into 54s, and then full rotation back to like our 45s, if we can't get back over this. We're just looking to see if this bid can hold 70s now, with your stop being below 65s. Basically, if you're trying to play this for a rotation up to 80. If this doesn't hold, we're just, again, watching to see that look below. $50 seconds until new 15s. New 15s opening now.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says we've been one of the most aggressive rate cutters.
We'd want to see offer now hold 65-70 off this rejection, for continuation down. Without it, I'm just not going to touch it. We know our offer's sitting at that 80.
And RBNZ's Governor Orr says still need to be a bit cautious given domestic inflation.
Need to see a continuation of lower highs. RTY break this double bottom.
NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $72.25 a barrel, which is up 40 cents or 0.56% on the session. Gasoline March futures settling $2.08. Diesel March futures $2.45. Natural gas March futures at $4.28.
Just an update off of the same thing I just posted, right? Like we're still just holding here. Need to see that step below. Hate when I can't drag the thing that I want.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says the committee may revisit on the number of monetary policy meetings.
This 80 just needs to get out of the way. Holy. Okay, promising. Above POC. And our seller here from this 80. I'd love to see a bid, rebid. I don't know if we get it. I hope we do. That'd be the most convincing for me. I'm kind of just focused on if we can hold this like 74, 78, 80 area. Doesn't really matter. We just want to see a retest of this value to POC. That's really all I care about, is can we see any sort of bid sustain here now above POC, which was our offer before at 80s, right? So as long as that's happening, we're just looking for a look over our ETH high continuation. Ideally now, bid is able to maintain like 83s for continuation up. Again, it's just looking at our deltas here. There's your pop. This is a great first risk off as we push into 95s if you are playing these higher lows, and then the rebid. Probably get stopped here, yeah. I'd like to see a look below, like one more leg down, and then we can see if we can head up into our 74 to 80 here. Just taking out these lows, basically. Good hold of 80s. Just watching our offer here. Retesting POC of this candle. $30 seconds, till 15s. A bit messy here, guys. RTY flat, ES flat. I think this is a good example of me taking some break evens. That might show you I'm human again as well. But this is me just trying to catch this low.
Brent crude futures settle at $76.04 a barrel, up 20 cents or spot 26% on the session.
So I'm unsure if we need to tag into that 74 first or if this 80 is going to hold. So I'm just like I'm not taking profit basically on like smaller scalps. So even though I've got a nice entry off of that 80, I could have taken profit into 90, but I'm trying to let it run, but I'm just leaving it break even and letting it stop me out until we figure out what we want to do. It either goes, right, and we break new highs, or I take a break even, just a paper cut, and we call it a day. Because I just don't know how we need to, how reactive.
Washington Post reports the Trump administration orders the Pentagon to plan for an 8% budget cut.
Like, we know we're looking for a lower high here, but just in case it doesn't happen, I know that this area is where I want to bid, right? So I try here in our 80s. We get our lift up, but we don't break over. And so I could either have moved my stop up to a bit more profitable or just keep it there. But I really want to see this bid happen here into this low if it's going to sustain. I don't want to see a full rotation back to 65s.
So Washington Post clarify the Trump administration orders the Pentagon to seek cuts over 5 years.
Let's see if they can do it or if we're just going to rotate fully. tagging into our low now. You'd want to see a pretty strong bid if we're going to sustain, or we're just moving right back down to our 65s. Need to get over 80 for this to have any sort of merit. 80 in bid. And again, this trade's profitable, but I'm looking for more, right? We knew that we were looking for buyers at the 74 to 80. We're looking for a push. I've taken off a little risk here into 85s, but I'd like to see us step over ETH high. Again, the reason we're taking off a little risk is because this is POC from previous candle. So I'm just playing from this POC to this POC right now until we can get a successful break. Full rotation. Let's see if we can build above ETH high for continuation. Following our pathing, right? Now let's see if we can build. Fire trying with size here at 90s. I don't know if they're going to be able to sustain or not, but they are definitely attempting. Offer sitting at 300. Where did 75 come from? Just looking at this. It's like very clearly a bid here. Like once we're over it. I don't know if you're watching stream, so I'm just gonna highlight that. I circled. So like that's as far as I would want us to dip if we were going to sustain. Like happened to be our halfway back of the last 15-minute candle as well, and where POC was sitting from the candle before that, and where the bid was sitting on the candle before. So just like as a good invalidation level. Yeah. And like you could like see the bid there, so it just made sense for me. Because I don't want it to go back down to 65, right? So I'm looking for a higher low. So my invalidation has to be just like either we're going to sustain, right? Like basically the bottom of the body of that candle, the previous candle, and the high of the candle before that. So I'm basically just looking for a bid to step in for a higher low because I don't want the retracement back to 60s. So if it was going to occur, I'd be looking for it there. That's basically it. This offer is not moved at 300s. I think I might sell some into it, but not add it. Yeah, and again, like the idea of that area from 74 to 80 was that was the POC from this candle, right? And then this is the value from value low from the candle after it, right? So I'm looking for us to really look into this and then bid off of it if we're going to sustain, or I just don't have any faith in the move. That's how this zone was created and why I was looking for that pullback from the lower high. And then it turned into our halfway back. It's nice when things like that happen, where our levels remain kind of the same. 40 seconds until new 15s. Yeah, and of course there's a node there, right? That's the area that we're looking at where the buyers were. So it's the POC from the previous candle, and then where that buyer stepped in again. So it makes sense that a node built out there because we've got multiple transactions happening over time. And now we've got this new buyer at 90s that's really attempting. I don't know if he's going to get screwed or not. Kind of seems like he is. I want to watch the re-offer at 90. Should be your first risk off if you're playing off the 90 offer. So we rotate back down to our bid at 80s. Just watch how we interact in this pivot. Again, this guy's offsides at 90. I don't know what that was. That was weird. So this is your full rotation from our offer at 90 with that guy going off sides and now pushing back down to 75s. Watching to see if this flips as resistance on a look below for a move back down to 65, or if we're able to continue to find buys here. I'm unsure as of yet. Need to see a decent acceleration below for that 65 idea to play. I'm sorry if these moves aren't playable for you guys. I'm trying to like call it out and as I'm doing it so that you can see.
Keep in mind in 10 minutes time now at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting possible comments from Fed's Bostic, who appears on Yahoo Finance.
But like I'm just like, even with this one move, like I just had 10 MNQ and like this, these add up. I really like they add up. Okay, no, you're good. $100 lot at 90. Yeah, it's I see about 500, 400 on the bid. That's offsides. There could be more. I pointed that out when I first popped and played it down. Flat now, I'm just waiting to see what happens here now that we're back down to our 75s. I probably could have held a runner, to be honest. This feels like sell side's only way it invalidates is a push over 95s, I feel like, but I don't know. So just to show with MNQ, like this is what the trades actually look like. I think like maybe this will help. I've been posting my trades in Discord, right? But like here's the P&L for a lot of these. Just trading basically one NQ, right? Two 5 lots of MNQ. We look like this. But like this is what our curve looks like. So just to like give you a reasonable, do you see what I mean? Like we don't need to do a ton. We just have to trade the zones. And then like not be an idiot, right? Not be greedy. Take profits, stop out when things invalidate, play the opposite direction. But like, are you gonna be mad at 2K? Like it adds up. So I'm like trying to tell you, like you don't need 1,000-point moves. Here's our 65 target. If this flips, it's not great. I don't know. I hopefully that's inspiring and not exhausting. I don't know what's the word. Detrimental to you. But like I'm trading like basically one NQ lot. Two sometimes. But just with micros. I just killed all your well. This curl over is gross. Like if this 65 goes off, or we're just rotating down to like 43. There's nothing here. Like we'll get like a small bit at 54s, and then we'll potentially retest this, but then I just feel like it's a rotation down into here. We need to see like a very quick look into 54 and then a reclaim off of this area, and then we can rotate back up to 90. That's like the best case scenario. Is like bid is continued to be found here at our 65, and then we are able to rotate up. I'm a bit worried about POC of this current candle as offer. This next leg down. And again, like the reason why I care about this area, let me go and show you on footprint, is because if we look, this is where that absorption happened last time that led us to the downside, and we're now trying to build above, and we can continue to see sellers trying to push us back below this level. And so as long as we're maintaining here, there's a idea that we can kind of continue to rotate off. But as soon as sell side starts to really hammer this, like this just is going to rotate down, and then we've got like this one buyer here at 45s that we can play off of. But I'm a bit worried about our retest into 75s here, and then an offer, and then a secondary low, and then a rotation down, something like this. That's what I'm looking at right now, which looks like it might be playing out as we speak. If this ever gets down and we see any sort of acceleration, that's when you have to get worried. And it's just a pullback, but it's a pullback to 40s. Just still a decent move. New 15s have opened. So far opening above POC. Just the 60-65 area. Again, we want to see a decent bid above 75s for any sort of upside movement, or I'm just expecting this new 15 to basically come back up into our halfway back, this area here, offer, and then rotate down. Right, we've got a big sell side candle, so we need to recover at least the halfway point, or it's a little awkward to try to long. Pushing into offer now. Let's see our reaction. Yeah, they're attempting. That's for sure. $840. Oh, the bid. Yeah. If they can't sustain it, then it'll be a really clear absorption, and then we look for the move below 60s, and then those guys are all offside sauce. Yeah. See what they can do. I wish our range was a bit larger, because, like, say 75's hold. It's like, okay, we still don't have to deal with fucking 90s right above us. Like, from the 75 hold, we need to see a very clear look over 95s for me to feel comfortable in that trade.
Fed's Bostic says, I did not expect progress on inflation would go in a straight line. So again, Fed's Bostic currently speaking on Yahoo Finance.
Yahoo Finance.
A live video is on the feed for those interested.
How is Yahoo still a company? That's my question. Who uses Yahoo?
Bostic says the question now is whether the January CPI was a bump in the road or a new trend. Washington Post reports that the Trump administration freezes funds to Palestinian security forces. Bostic says it's difficult to factor all potential policy changes into the economic outlook.
We're now below that buyer at 75s. Watching a re-offer into it. Yeah, it's always good to play with the higher time frame candle direction wise. And we'll see if we get the full move, but it's never a bad call.
Bostic says the confidence around the 2025 outlook has reduced. Fed's Bostic says while some policy proposals could add to inflation, others could boost productivity and lower price pressures. Bostic says many business leaders are optimistic about regulatory changes and feel they could denominate those that add to costs. That's Bostic saying many business leaders are optimistic about regulatory changes. They feel they could dominate those that add to costs.
This is where we really want to see a very clear offer below. I've risked off half my position from our offer at 75 on that flipping. Now just waiting to see if I can get a secondary entry here. If we can get below this and hold. Again, like this is what footprint looks like here, just so I can keep updating you so you can see what I'm seeing. Nothing yet, right? We just have this guy who's offsides at 75s now. Just like the 90 flip.
Bostic says business leaders say that their best choice is to pass on tariffs to the retail price, and we'll have to see how consumers react to that. Bostic adds that businesses are also concerned that customers are tapped out.
They are. Did you see credit card late payments? Holy.
Bostic adds, I think we're still in a restrictive posture like we need. Bostic adds the Fed did not cut too much last year. Policy remains restrictive.
Yeah, I don't know if they do this in one go. I still think 54 and then reoffer 60s could be potentially it. We'll see. It all just depends if they can get this acceleration through.
Bostic says, I'm comfortable with taking a pause to see how the economy evolves.
I'm just waiting.
Fed's Bostic says everything is on the table at every meeting.
This guy.
And Bostic adds, we're going to let the data guide us.
You guys remember that movie, Limitless? That was such a weird movie. Yeah, the smart pill one.
Bostic says, I'm very supportive of getting the balance sheet down, and the Fed has made good progress.
You took it? Holy shit. Yeah, he's like, I gotta make some quick money. He went from like, I need to better the world to becoming a stock trader immediately.
The Fed is getting
Classic.
threshold level for the balance sheet. The debt ceiling is one factor deciding that.
Yeah,
The
same.
finance interview with Fed's Bostic is now over.
I'm out here into
says, I want to pay attention
45s.
day to day to the balance sheet to be sure that the drawdown does not go too far.
If you have the ability to hold a runner, go for it. I'm just a bit antsy. Why does Ronaldo always keep his room clean? Okay. That's a good one. Congrats, Field Runner. Huge. We were able to see that buyer go off sides at 90, that buyer go off sides at 75, and full rotation down.
Speech still up some spot 1.5%.
Mean reversion trade is down to 210s, 215s. It's the same as before. So you should be mostly risked off. I don't expect a huge, like a ton more downside, maybe one more leg if we can't get back over a previous day value high. But basically just a reversion back to...
And Nasdaq 100 flat on the session now as well.
Yeah, like just like he said, just flat. Just back down to our VWAP, 30-second opening range area. Just looking for something in here. Move stops down now that we've hit it. This is again just our 15-minute VWAP. If we start to flip, right, we can look for more and we can look to get back in, but I'm not looking for anything personally here until we see the flip. Yeah, this is your same as before, 10 to 15. We just need to see how we react off of this. This is target though for our reversion trade. I don't want this to get too messy, so I'm just going to delete it now that it's fully played. And now we watch to see how we interact here. Does Russell find a low at previous day value? Does ES find a low at our value edge? And can we hold our 210, 215 area and get back over 30s and do the same trade for a fourth time today? New 15s and new 30 minutes opening now. into our 30 from 10s. It's a great first risk off. We'll see if we can bid above and hold. If we can, we should be able to rotate to 55s. If 30 offer holds, then we're probably looking for a rotation down to 190, same as before. So really keeping an eye here if we can bid. First risk off here into 45s, looking for 55 above. Literally the same trade again. Okay. Until we can get back over 65, I'm risked off. Feeling pretty good about our close into 55. We'll see if we get a higher low here off of 30s, but not mad at that risk off. Are these moves too quick for you guys? Like, I'm trying to just like, I'm literally narrating my trades. So I want to, are you able to follow, or do I need to change what I'm doing? It's okay if you can't follow. I mean, I get it, but I want you to be vocal about it. Trying my best to narrate like these flips. This 210, 215 trade has been we've taken this trade like actually 4 times today. And then the bid at 30s and then rotation up. This has been like a very constant, the same thing. We've traded this now multiple times. The look in for liquidity, the look back above, 30 rebid, and then push up has been a constant trade. Just based off of our structure. Back. Do you usually mark those voids as zone after a big move like that red candle? Yeah, yeah. So I'm looking at that as like our reoffer, our rebid area on a large upside candle or downside candle usually. You could think of them similarly as like a imbalance. Or if you're an ICT guy, you could think of it as like a FEG, some similar principle. I just expect like limits to basically be there to in the direction that we were already moving. So when we come in and retest, I expect reactive either bid or offer based off of if it's above or below. Can it just be close already? 15 minutes. Ugh. I don't know. You got MOC in 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. We'll see. I could see us doing a little dip back down into 190 and then going back up. Some garbage like that. Oh. I wouldn't look for 190 until we show zero interest at 210s. If 210s just continue to find bids, like you're not getting 190. But if we lose 210, then that 185, 190 area looks pretty interesting to me. I think it's hard to have a directional play when we're just hovering VWAP in our 30-second opening range. Like, what am I doing? This is so sus, though. Holding POC a previous candle, basically an inside bar, holding our lows, but holding our highs here of this structure. It's like just gonna be a volatile garbage move, whichever it breaks on MOC. And you try to get a 10-point range before it happens. Just gross.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
Of the old MOC trade that used to do sauce, does that still work? Or is that kind of lost some of its edge? Yeah, closes have been pretty garbage.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side of 375 million, Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 336 million, Dow 30 a sell side of 42 million, and the Mag 7 a sell side of 55 million.
Huge movement. Lovely. Oh. To me, this move looks very dependent on if Russell can hold value here. Because if it can't, then it's going to be our POC rejection on the Qs and then rotation down into close. With this holding offer, failure from bids, so we want to see like a pretty clear step above. See if Russell can find this bid. Because SPY is sure as shit isn't doing anything. So really watching just if Russell can hold value edge. Yeah, I did see it, but no thanks. Yeah, they haven't been great. They've been lame enough for me to no longer even feel some like I don't know, I like don't even care. Last 30 minutes I just like don't even I have zero emotion towards them anymore. Completely desensitized me. I feel like we either close at 75s or we close at 180. I don't know. I'm not playing it regardless. But 75s look pretty interesting.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, get some data out of South Korea. PPI year over year, prior read 1.7%, month over month, prior 0.3%. Consumer sentiment, prior 91.2.
Same offers before. Just watch to see if this 55, 65 holds. I would say this is your first risk off, second being 75s if you're in a long for whatever reason. Playing off 30s. Again, I'm flat. I'm not trading the last few minutes. Can't be bothered. You guys help me decide where I should eat tomorrow for my Thursday find a hole in the wall restaurant. These are the options that I've found. That first Salvadorian place slapped, but I've never been inside. I've just gotten takeout. What are we thinking? Hmm. Parma, it's a place in Ohio.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the South Korean PPI year over year. Ten seconds. One spot 7%, one spot 7%, month over month 0.6%, 0.6%, consumer sentiment 95.2, 95.2.
I think it's either dang good foods or this that second Salvadorian place. Looks so good. I've heard from some of my Singaporean friends that this is like pretty legit street food from there. Like it's actually like the guy moved and then like his just like was like there's nothing here that's like this. We need it. Those are my favorite. But it's such a bad name. Like it feels whitewashed, you know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know. think that's usually a Korean name, but I could be wrong. Let me look. Our story. His name is Daniel Ang. So D Ang. So there you go. Yeah, I think that's the move. All right, well, awful close. No movement. Basically, no price discovery. Nothing. Just at day open. I will talk to you all tomorrow. Hopefully you had a decent day. Yeah, I don't know. And again, like this is just micros. So you can see some sells and some losses are part of the process. I really want to just keep reiterating that. All right. Goodbye, friends.